This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday, January 25th. I have a variety of projects that I want to work on. I'm going to work on my desk scrap calendar. We're going to kind of work on bringing that up to date. Penelope's here to keep us company. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I am doing a little rabbit ivory soap carving. I want to get him a little bit more dimensional now. This is sketched on here with a pen plus gear felt pen, and this is my sketch. I have another one that I want to design tonight, and I want to try a couple of other things. The other thing I want to do tonight is try out this engraver. I believe I got this from Rebecca. Easy engraver. I don't think it's ever been opened. So I don't know. It might take a battery that I don't have. I have some batteries out in the other room. It has a cord there. I don't see the cord. Is that a cord? Or is that the blade? That's the blade. I might need some batteries. Oh, to install batteries. I think it's double A. I think I have some double A. It's either double or triple A. I think it's double A batteries. I have some out in the other room. I'll run out and get them. I paid $3 for it. We're going to see if I can engrave my name on the bottom of this wooden box. This is a stamp set I got on Facebook Marketplace. We'll put that aside for now because I have to go get batteries. Let me sit down and see what you're seeing, because I get glare. I get a glare from my light. I don't know if you're getting that same glare. You may get it down here. Put my hand there. All right, let me get into my live stream on my other video. I want to welcome you in, and let's see who's got. Oh, hold on, I got my sound on. Got my sound on. Hold on. Got an ad. I don't know what kind of an ad I have. Mood. Over 50,000 reviews. Some sort of a mood. Mood really helps me stay motivated. I will zoom in when I get ready. You're not seeing the, oh yeah, you're seeing the glare right here. You're seeing a glare here. I may have to remove this eventually, or put maybe a foam board over it that I take off. But for right now, I will be getting out other, when I use wax paper on here, it reduces that glare. Right now, I'll just put my hand there. I'm going to zoom in anyway. Let me go to my chat filter here. Welcome in, everybody. All messages. I don't see anybody talking to me. I got 11 of you in here and I don't see anybody talking to me. What's with that? What's with that? All right, somebody say hello so I know that my chat is working. Got it. Oh, there. Goldie said hello. Hi. Hi, Goldie. It's good to see you. Thank you for saying hello. Now there's 13 of you in here, so welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. Jacqueline at Lovely's Crafting My Joy says, welcome to your weekend. On Friday nights, welcome to your weekend. I'll say, welcome to your art desk. Goldie says, how are you? We got snow. Oh, you got snow down south? We got some snow too. And last night it was, well, this morning it was like -5 below. But now I checked and it's like 14, so it's above 14 above. I don't know what it will get like tonight, but I think our Arctic air temperatures may be going away. You got snow. Oh, how fun is that? Well, thank you for chatting with me, Cody. We got to 24 or so. Well, that's pretty cold where you are down south. It seems like the southern states have really had to deal with the weather the last several months. If it isn't tornadoes and floods, it's snow and ice and wind and blow. Oh dear. So the first thing I'm going to work on is this calendar. And let me tell you guys, let me zoom in and see if I can't fix I might have to bring this down a bit more. I sorted some today, and I sorted out scraps. I have a whole bag of scraps. So I have that box. I'm not going to work on it tonight, but I have the box that I put together the other night. I'm going to cover it and put my scraps. I have a box of scraps over a smaller box of scraps too. Let me. I got scraps. It's like I don't have enough scraps. I had to go buy some from Rebecca, and I missed her sale today. But I saved some money. I have this box of scraps. So I certainly have enough scraps. I'm going to leave these out a bit. And let's see. Today is the, 25th? So let's go to 25 and work. This little guy is giving me an issue. I'm going to have to heat him off. I don't know if I can even go to 25. Right here would be 25. I've got to turn on the fan. Let's see if I can get this worked loose here. I glued him down, and I shouldn't have, because now I can't flip my pages. I've got to find a better way to put him in. See if I can't work this off. There we go. All right, now we're going to go to 25. And then I'm going to work each day, and then I'm going to work, there's the 22nd, 24, 25 is right here. And I'm going to work, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to work back as like 2 or 3 days. So, let me get my engraver. When I get ready to do that, that'll come later. I'll have to go out and at Christmas, I was going to do fairy lights. And let me turn around and turn on the fan because I am sweating because my desk is right over the furnace. So if you have table scraps, this is a good way to use them up. Find you. Hold on. Oh, that feels good. I've got a little table fan that's clipped to my other desk. Find you a desk calendar and just start putting your table scraps on your calendar. And this, by the year end, will be a round calendar. It will be circular. All right, I got away from 25. 22. 25 says, snow is falling. That's what January 25 says. Snow is falling outside my study window. I see nature once more playing endless variations in design and beauty. In such simple yet eloquent ways, I am reminded that God is personal, revealing himself continuously in the infinite. And that was written by Judith C. Leachman, Lechman. So this has some Bible references or references to spirituality, but not all. It's a friendship calendar. It's, let's see where the beginning is. It's the beauty of friendship. So, but it does have some spiritual references in there. So, let me look at chat. I got an ad. Hi, Debbie Apps. I missed your sale, too. I missed the sales this weekend, all weekend, except for Jacqueline. I got her. I hope that you had a good sale. Welcome in, welcome in. Godie says, New Mexico. It's been very warm weather this winter. I didn't think we'd ever get snow, Godie says. Debbie, did you get snow in your area? I'll bet you did. Snow or ice or rain. I'll bet you did. And Debbie, you sold out of most items? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Hi, Stephanie G. Welcome in, lady. It's good to see you. She says, hey, everyone in chat. Debbie, I was sorting today and I ran across your composition books that I got from you. And I have over in my little box over to the side here, Post-it notes. And I'm going to go in there and mark every 10 pages again. And I was going to do that tonight after I do work in this. I'm going to get it ready for Pick 10s. And the object of that, using Debbie's art journal, Debbie Epps, she's in here tonight. She was an art teacher, so she's got some really cool techniques on those pages. And I'm not cutting them up. I'm not cutting them up. I'm going to learn from them. And we're going to do some Pick 10s from them, not tonight because I won't have time. But I'm going to count every 10 pages again. I did that before, but I kind of messed up on it. So, yeah. Going to access Debbie Epps' composition book journals for Pick 10. And what we'll do is we'll ask Random Morg for a series of 10 numbers or 12 numbers. I usually give a couple of wild cards in there. And then we'll take that list. We'll take the list that Random Org gives us and then go to that page and look for one of the techniques on those page. And that's how we'll do our Pick 10. Debbie says, we got ice and snow. 12 degrees currently. Yeah, it's like 14 or 15 up here in Nebraska. Goldie has a blue face. Brr. Stephanie, it's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome. Welcome to my world. All right, let's see. I ran over this sack here if I can get it up again. I'm going to pull some pages. Now, I think that I want something for snow. What do I have here? I've got tape. I got some little, these are not really anything I can put in here, but I ran across these while I was sorting. Those are little containers that I can use. I'll put them behind me. Let's see what I have. Oh, I got this at one of the sales. Did I get this as your sale, Debbie? This was a little, it's never been opened, and you can make this little purse here. But I don't know if I'll make the purse. I might use that. I got it because it was gold. And I also pulled this. This is not anything I can put in here. These are just projects. Maybe I'll put these in my unfinished teapot. This is Tunisian crochet this is a Tunisian crochet hook. And I thought I would do some Tunisian crochet with that off of this yarn. I'm not sure where I got it. I think I got it at the thrift store. I did. I paid $6 for this. And if you'd buy this retail, it'd be $18 or $20. And let's see, I'm looking for, this is something I want to put in one of my journals. This is a watercolor pad that I did a couple years ago, and I'm so glad I did it. Not this, but in here, I have a picture of a carousel. It was just a small one in the mall up where I go to Hobby Lobby and everything. They had a shopping mall. Well, they've torn that shopping mall down now. And here are some people eating in that mall. I never colored it in. But I said, sketch the small carousel at Grand Island, June 27th, 2019. And I just did a fast sketch. And I got a couple of other sketches here I thought I would maybe splash some color on. This is just at a park, I think. I drove to Superior to see 400 teapots. There was a lady who was showing off her teapot collection. I am 2 hours early. I'm sitting in my car reading and sketching a silhouette of mothers on a bench. Something, something, something. I can't read the rest of it. But I dated it August 25th of 2019. So I popped around in this book. This is November of 2018. I drove in downtown Hastings to see what kind of journals they have at Prairie Book Store. Next door to it was a coffee shop. That's all gone now. In an old storefront. I sketched the car outside the front door. So I was looking through the window of this coffee shop at that car. And I just did a quick sketch. And then I have another car sketch here. Sketch of a car in the back of building while waiting. My brother went, this was when he was his original barber. He was getting his hair cut. And I sat out in the car and sketched that car that was parked. This is the barber shop here. He doesn't go there anymore. So I had kept that in my purse. Here's some pages that go in there. I should probably put it back in my purse. I think I'm going to change purses. All right, all of these can go in my, let's see what else I got. I really do have stuff I can use here. This, if you guys remember, a while back I made this book to put on my desk to put scraps in. So I can probably grab some stuff out of here. See what I have. Mercury, #1. Monopoly deal card game. Crazy Eights. Some cards. Let's see what else is in here. Looks like Christmas. Yeah, Christmas. I got a die cut of a Santa Claus. This is, I'm going to pull all of these things out. I could use that maybe. Here's a tag that says grateful. This came from Jerry Bellini in one of the orders when I was still hanging out with her. Here's a little doll that I was going to make for Miss Becky. That's as far as I got. Here's the pattern. Maybe I'll finish that someday. And this is looks like some sort of journal spot. Here's another tag from Keisha's Creations. Market Mystery grab bag. I don't go there anymore. I kind of narrowed down who I shop with now. It's another Keisha. There's some colors, some butterflies. I'll keep those out. And I might do something else with this book. You can do multiple things with this. I was using it to hold scraps, but you can see I have multiple scraps. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I don't plan this stuff out. Here's some deer. Reindeer. Here's the number 5 and a Christmas tree. Another Christmas tree. Die cuts that were sent to me. It's another card. I'm pulling out all the things I have in here. Take my Santa Claus out. Because I'm gonna put this book in my unfinished list, my unfinished bucket, and I'll have to decide what I want to do with it. Another, that looks like Christmas tag. I got a lot of Christmas. I must have been working on Christmas projects. Here's a doily. Looks like a price tag of sorts. No bow, no boundaries. Not sure what that is. Some sort of a tag. A butterfly. Butterflies in January. Santa Clauses. A fussy cut of some sort. A scrap. I'm probably missing a lot too. Looks like a pattern for a big sock. There's a lot more in here. You can get a lot in here. A lot more in here than what I thought I had. Some sequins. Some postage stamps. There's a little bookmarky thing. Peace on Earth. I'm just pulling stuff out, see what I can use on my calendar. And then I'm going to mark the book to put in my unfinished projects. Decide what I want to do with this folded book. I just don't have, I like how it holds everything, but I just don't have room on my desk for all this stuff. I think that's it. Another tag. All right. I'll put that there. Blank money order. I make a list when I go to town. I went to the bank. I was getting a blank money order for $100 and $10. I was paying my bills. Cash and 20s, 2 envelopes. And then here's another one of those little, all right. So these I'm going to put with my calendar. And all of these are going to go in my unfinished just to grab. Oh, but I'm not done. I'm not done. We have stuff to use. I'm going to get it out of this bag and put it in the box. Here's one I started, an envelope, a scrappy envelope. Little happy mailman. This is just paper. Here's a doily. I'm going to make a bottle doll out of that. That'll go in the unfinished. This goes out in the kitchen to see. It's kind of pushy. I wonder if this is, I wonder if I can clean that. That goes out in the kitchen to see if I can clean it. And I've got papers. I've got some black paper here, that some note paper, some thread. I'll put that with my, I might be able to use. This was, I looked like I stitched on this card here. I might tear that off and use it on my calendar. Here's a tatted butterfly. In here, in this envelope, is more scrappy scraps. I think I was making something with rosemary. But I think these were the scraps that were left. Some bugs or something when she was doing her forest floor one. So I'll put that there. Well, I might put some of that in my... here's another envelope of rabbits. Stamped rabbits. Here's a Christmas card, some blank cards. This was all in boxes. I was cleaning out boxes of stuff. All this stuff I haven't thrown away. Here's a recipe card. Here's what's cooking. Recipe from the kitchen of Marlene. Looks like I had a giveaway. Here's a Menards rebate form. Some papers. Some cardboards. Here's another envelope of scraps. Some threads. A Christmas tree. More blank cards. I don't know what this is. I think there are threads there. Here's a packet of, I know I got these from Keisha. These are Time Life trivia cards. Here's some tape. I'm just about done. All right, a star, an old photograph, paper. Did I get it all? All right, all of this, let's see. I don't know if I can squeeze any more in that box or not. It's pretty full. I want to take it out of this bag, though. Let me turn around. I have a bag behind me. Oh. I'm going to have to get that box going so I can put all these scraps in there. I'm going to put these that I'm not going to use right away in this bag. And I don't know what you guys can see because I'm zoomed way in. Sorry about that. Once I get working, it'll make more sense. Let me pull this out. Hold the phone. Let me get my scraps in the bag. Here. They'll be used, but I'm not going to choose from them tonight. I might choose from that. All right, now these I'm going to come back to later, and I'm going to number them and put them in my unfinished projects for a grab bag. I haven't figured out. I think I said Fridays to do that, maybe Friday morning. I'll come back to this too if I have time. Else we'll do it another time. All right. Let me get my scraps over on this side. I got plenty to work from. I kind of like that one that had rosemary stuff in it. And we'll see what I have here to work from. Oops. I don't know about that. All right. Let me come out and look at chat before I get started here. Let me refresh my chat. Welcome in, friends. It's good to see you on a cold Sunday night. There's Lori Pink Girly. You love tall and skinny? Hi, Joyce Boring. Debbie says, I may add junk mail envelopes to create foldouts, gaining more space. Yeah. Goldie says, I will be in the balcony cooking spaghetti. That sounds yummy. That sounds yummy. I could go for spaghetti right about now. I haven't eaten supper yet. Last night, I had a peanut butter tortilla. But it was good. I cleaned out the bottom of my peanut butter jar so I could throw it away. Put it on a tortilla. Put some honey on it. Debbie says, I may add junk mail envelopes to create foldouts, gaining more space. Lori says, Lori Pink Girly says, I love tall and skinny. Joyce says, hi, Stephanie. Debbie says, I got a really skinny and tall ledger journal insert. I need to decide how to use it. Well, we'll stay tuned, Debbie. We'll stay tuned. Goldie is saying hello to Lori and Joyce. Joyce popped in. She's saying hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello. Debbie says, luckily we did not lose power, but I told them packages won't go out until Tuesday due to the weather. Debbie said she had a pretty good sale, so I'm really glad. I'll tell you, I missed everything all weekend. Honestly, yesterday, I slept through everything yesterday. I was tired. Now, today, I don't have the same excuse, but I got to working on a short. That's my excuse. I'm kind of reorganizing how I'm doing shorts. You'll stay tuned for more shorts. Stephanie says, I'm hanging in there. I'm surviving the snow and the cold. Debbie says, normally we're around 40 to 70 during the winter. Debbie and Goldie are down south. Debbie said, we got ice and snow. It's 12 degrees. All right, Stephanie's cooking spaghetti. So let's see. I'm going to work on the 25th. And I like those envelopes. Now, let's kind of sort this. This is just a part of a Christmas card, I think. That could maybe be thrown away. This is the back of a photograph. It's a Tim Holtz kind of a back of a photograph. Now we've got Christmas tree that I probably won't use, but here's a doily. And I like the butterflies. I'm sure those were sent to me. Here's another Christmas tree. I'll sort that away. This is a ad. Got some stringy thread. I think this came from a duvet cover that I was undoing. Or something I was tearing apart. And you know how all those threads, that might go in there someplace. Would go good with this red. So we'll put those together. Here's another. These are really hard to see, but they're back of photographs. And this is just a, oh, these are really kind of hard to see. Here's the other part of that Christmas card. This one, yeah, I'm not sure I called these Tim Holtz, but this may be from Amazon package. Usually they are a little faded. Here's some trim and some sequins. Keep that out. I kind of like, I don't know what that is. Is it the other side? I kind of like this. Floral. Here's another butterfly. Here's a piece of fabric. I might use that. Here's some black cheesecloth, I think, probably from Miss Jacqueline. Some red tissue paper, that recipe card. Here's another Christmas. What did I do with those other? Let's put the Christmas together, because I probably won't. Ribbon. Fabric scraps. Wait a minute. Fabric scraps. Threads. I lost my... Oh, I guess I'll put it with the fabric. These are journal cards. Fabric scrap. Here's what I was looking for, I think. I might explore this and use up these little pieces. Paper, a rebate form, a note card. Here's another butterfly that I tatted a long time ago. Looks like butterflies. And this was some of my drawing on black paper with testing white ink pens. And scrappy scrap. Some stamps. Lincoln stamps. I'll have to find out what they are. I think they're 2 cents. It could be 19 cents though. No, it says 21 on it. They're 21-cent stamps. I'm not going to use those. I'm going to use those to mail. Okay. So, and this is a little embossed piece. Where I'm at here is I like these butterflies and tatty, but I also like all of these scrappy scraps. And so, let me just pull these out. I really want to use these and get them used. They're just fat little fabric pieces. Janet Nash would say, I got ideas of how you can use them, Meri. And I kind of like this because it's kind of wintry, snowy on the back. And maybe I could put the butterflies on there. Here, I got some more. And what I don't like about the calendars, and I've noticed they're starting to do this in a lot of magazines and books, that text is printed in a light tan. I don't like that. Whoops, did I knock it off? Put it that way. I need one across the top. So I just want to kind of frame it out, and then I'll put my butterflies on it because they are colorful. So I think that's what I'm going to do there, and I still got scraps to use. So I'm going to use my fine art glitter glue. Lori says she's in the balcony crocheting an emotional support chicken because I feel the need to make one. An emotional support chicken. I've only frogged twice so far. Well, good for you. It's okay to frog. But maybe going up in the balcony, you can concentrate a little bit more. Godie's in the balcony making spaghetti, and Lori's in the balcony crocheting a chicken. Keep that chicken away from the spaghetti. You might stain your yarn. Debbie says, I'm going to do a pre-sale videos now for people who can't make it. Well, I saw your pre-sale video, but I thought I'd be at the sale, but I didn't make it. Okay, we're going to start with this. And it's kind of a basket weave on the other side. But I kind of like the front because it's, yeah. I'm going to have to open this up a bit more. Don't splatter that spaghetti sauce, Cody. It could stain. There we go. I might have to refill my jug. But I'm just going to kind of frame this out with my scraps. And I think this one goes on the bottom. This one goes on the side over here. Let's do the sides first. And what I like about doing this is it's amazing how it turns out, but you use all these little bits and pieces that, and I'm not bothering to smooth that out. You use all the bits and pieces. Let's put this on. I could put something there, maybe one of my, and this one will go up at the, maybe I'll put this one down at the bottom. And I'm not trying to glue every little edge here. That's not what this is about. Now, if you're in one of my group, my membership area, I'm going to try to get an unlisted live done either, well, hopefully tomorrow sometime. So kind of have an alert for that. I kind of like that, gives it some color. Let's glue that down. Maybe this way. Well, no. It's got to go this way. Turn it over to glue it. I did a nature caboodle. I think she called it Forest Floor with rosemary. I did a lot in that. I'm not sure I really completed the journal per se, but I did a lot of pieces of it. And I think we made insects. And I know we made these dolls. I have a whole box of these nature dolls. I should get those out. Show them sometime. I need... Oh, I got that. So now I think I'm going to go after these beautiful butterflies. I got 4 of them, I think. I've got my tatted one. Should I put the cool ones on this side and the warm ones here? And I have my tatted butterfly. I don't know if I want to put him there. Could put another color across there. Maybe on the inside. I think what I'm going to do, though, is before I do anything, grab a pen. I want to... never can find the one I want when I want it. Here. And I don't think I can write all that, but I can emphasize the date a little more. January 25th. And I'm going to put 2026 on here. And snow is falling outside my study window. We're going to put that in a box. And I'm going to put it snowed this weekend in Nebraska, just to kind of personalize it. And then I'm going to put negative. It got down to a -5 degrees. All right. Now, I guess I didn't need color there. Let's go ahead and put the blue and the purple on one side. They're the cool colors. Put the blue up at the above, I think. And of course, butterflies in January. Give it a little touch of color. That's what it does for me. I'm wondering if maybe I should mix these up a little. Yellow and blue and red, yellow and purple. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have this butterfly right in here. And I don't mind if things go over the edge on this. I don't want them to go over the edge on the bottom, but it can go over the edge on the sides. And usually when I'm doing the first half, it goes over the edge on this side, and when I do the second half, it goes over the edge on this side. It kind of balances out. This butterfly says, I'm going to fly away. I think I'll fly away. And I'm just tacking these on. I'm not trying to be ultra careful with gluing them down. I want something in there. I'm not sure what. And my -5 is getting and I'm sure you guys can't read that unless you zoom in, but it says, snow is falling outside my study window. Now I want something up in here. I don't want to cover that entire thing up. So I'll save these scraps. I've got a tatted piece here. No, nope, nope. Do I lay sequins? Nope, 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 nope. Do I want to put there? In the meantime, I'll put my glue stick back, my pen back in the Fine Art Glitter Glue. I got this from Rebecca Wills. She sells on Sunday afternoons around 1 or 1:30 Central. I think she's down in Texas. Not totally sure. Well, I don't know. I'm going to leave that for now. Oh, wait. Let's see what's in here. Oh. These are scraps from a bag that I made. These are kind of cool, though. I'll come back to those. These are paper scraps. I just need a little something. I don't need a whole big. I don't need a whole big piece. I'm thinking. I've got red. Got some more fabric scraps here. Thread. Got a crayon. Oh, these are stars that I made. No, those aren't going to work. This little piece might. Little pieces here. I'm going to glue them down just to have them glued down. This is a long piece. Put it like this. Now, it wants to fold up. You can't do that. I won't allow it. There. Whoops. Scrappy. It's scrappy. Now, I think what I'll do is take my, just put the pen back in the glue. Those butterflies need some work. I'm going to take my darker black pen here and outline them. Yeah. This one doesn't want to stay down. It wants to fly away. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just doing a little outline around them, not trying to be super perfect about it. So bringing them out a little. All right. And let's do this. My -5 is getting lost. All right, I'm going to call that done. January 5th, 25th. Now I'm going to flip over to the 20. Where's the 24th? The 24th. Friendship involves many things, but above all, the power of going out of one's self and seeing and appreciating whatever is noble and loving in another. Now, I think I'm going to flip it like, can I flip it like that? No. I'm going to have to put something solid. One of these cards that I put away. Something solid. Maybe this under it, just to have a base to work on. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Let's do the red tissue. And I think I'll use, if I can put my hands on one, a glue stick. What did I do with my glue sticks? Where did I put them? Here. Let's just put some tissue. Let's see, I think I'll outline it first. January, let's write. January 24th. Doesn't have to be perfect, because I'm not perfect. And then I'm going to take, and let's do this. Whoops. And now let's get my glue stick out. And I'm just using up scraps, you guys. It's not meant to be ultra perfect. It's meant to use scrap. So I'm going to take and tear some of this red and just start putting it on there. Maybe had too much there. Now it's on my finger. It's meant to use up scrap. This is double troubled. Uh-oh. Oh. That's glued down. kind of just collaging it in there. Getting it to kind of fit. Now a little piece in there. And this is kind of background stuff here. Oh, it wants to stick already. All right, that's good enough. Now, let's take my pen and, whoops, thought I had it on there. Let's take my pen. Bring that out a little. Let's have some fun with it. Almost looks like a February page. Now I'm going to leave it. It's a little loose there, but I don't need it all tapped down. Now that was yesterday. Yesterday was Saturday here in this year. That this calendar does not have years on it. It's not a, it's made for, I'm going to bring this down a little more. These down. They're not perfect, but I'm not perfect. Where's my cap? Where did it fly off to? It was here. Come on. Where'd my cap fly off to? Well, oh, it's on the end of the pen. Oh dear. Did Jersey pop in? Hi, Jersey. Hi, Joyce. Did I say hello to you? That crochet dress sounds adorable. Hi, Nina. Welcome in. Hi, Carol. Welcome in, ladies. Carol says, oh, ice isn't good. I hope you're staying warm. Becky says, mostly just ice with a sugar dusting of snow. Hi, Becky. Ice. 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 Now, see, this will be worked on in, and I've already kind of worked on it, December of this year. So I'll flip the calendar and work on that. But that came from this. Well, let's see what's over on this page. Uh-oh. I glue the pages together here. Oh, what did you do, Mary? There we go. Yeah, but it's still good. It's still good. I got to be careful when I use those black pens. So I did 2 pages. I'm going to move on because I want to do some other stuff tonight. So I have this stuff left, kind of sorted out, but I'm gonna put it in that bag that I had. And I'm going to cover that other box. I was going to put my tatting in it, but I think it needs to be, scrap box. I have a whole bag of scraps I got from Rebecca the last sale. And I think I have another, I'm not sure if I have another one coming from her. I think the last one I bought came really fast. I don't think I have. I've got another one coming from Jacqueline. I think I'm all squared away with Rebecca as far as receiving. Becky, you stay off those roads. Scott probably has to go to work in the morning. They probably salt them. Do they salt your roads in South Carolina? I won't go out in this type of weather. I won't do it. Shall we play with the engraver? Oh, I have to go get the batteries. Let's put the numbers on Debbie Epps' journals. Let's do that. And I did empty that bag of scrap though, so yay for me. I sorted them out and put in another. So I'm going to leave this open, but I need to work backwards when I work because I have all of January to do. So this will stand up on my desk like it's got a stand. But I usually just flatten it out. Right now I'll flatten it out. Put it over on my... All right. I'm going to do some soap carving too, but let's go ahead and, because I have them here, I got tape. Let's putting together boxes with that tape. That's Angie's, and I'll probably have to zoom out a little. I have Angie's oval bowl. I cleaned it out, and I have my scissors in there, but I have mostly ink pens in here now. But I keep my scissors in there too. And this little mini bowl. Let me zoom out. Oh. Whoops, not in, Meri out. Zoop. All right, and I have another pen to go in there. I'm going to keep my knives out because I want to... Let me grab this box. Of course, when I grab it, everything else comes down around it. Ruler and... tape measure, ruler, a chain. This blade needs to be tossed. And, all right. I covered this box. This tag came from Rebecca. Rebecca Wells. She made that as a free gift in one of the sales. And the fabric behind it is dyed cheesecloth from Jacqueline. And this was a watercolor box. And in here, oh, they're not in here. They must be in another box. Oh no, what'd I do with them? Well, that isn't gonna work. What did I do with those? They're in here someplace. This is scrap. And let me get this off. Hold on. I have to look for my Post-it notes. They're here. They're here. I just have to grab the right box. Let's put those papers in here. I have to fold the black one, which I don't mind doing. All right. I'll put this back over here. All right. Let's see. What did I do with those? We could do the embosser, but let me stand up and see if I can grab those other. Here's the embossing that I want to do. I have papers, sunshine journal, stuff. Halloween for the zine. Hold on. Sorry to have to do this right now. I'm looking for my box of no. They're here somewhere. What did I do with them? Markers. Are these them? No. Cards. Well, I'm disappointed. I thought they were in that blue box. I must have moved them. I must have moved them. Moving stuff around when you sort. And you think you know where they are after you move them, and they're no longer there. Uh-oh. Pens. Tea bags. Padding. Well, I'm disappointed in myself. I'm disappointed in me. I'm looking for them. If I don't find them in the next couple minutes, I'm going to move on. I wanted to number those tonight. And they were in a box someplace. Those are stamps. What's in here? No. I don't know what I did with them. I hate it when I do this stuff. And I think I know right where they are. They must be out in the other room in a box. All right, I'm going to move on. You guys don't need to be waiting while I look for stuff. Hold on. Let me get this stuff off my desk. Sewing. What's in here? More scraps! Honestly, this could go in the scrap box. I'm sorry. We'll just get this stuff off my desk and maybe I'll play with that. And I can carve. We can carve. Let me go get the batteries for this. Let me get the batteries. I hope these fit. I got them. Hold the phone. Oh. So this engraver, I think I got from Rebecca. Let me put this back on the... And I want to see, it takes AA batteries. These are AAA, but these are AA. Engraves any surface in seconds. Engrave practically any surface, wood, metal, plastics, glass, leather, and more. Safe and easy to use. You'll love personalizing keepsakes and valuables. Protect your expensive property by engraving your details onto it. To install batteries, and she put the label on it. I wish she wouldn't have done that. Get out the packing tape, Mary. Unscrew the bottom of the engraver and insert 2 AA alkaline batteries, not included, with the positive end facing. I'll tell you in a minute here. Oh, I scratched it off. Upwards. Secure bottom by screwing clockwise. How to use your engraver. Hold the easy engraver like you would she could have put that up there. I'll have to mention to her, but to be careful where she puts the tags. Hold the engraver like you would a normal pen. Hold the power button down with your thumb as you engrave the surface, ensuring light pressure is always applied and the unit is held at a slight angle. To shut off, remove your thumb from the power button. While operating the Easy Engraver, always wear protective eyewear. Wash hands immediately after use. Never engrave electronic media such as CDs or DVDs, as engraving may damage the data on the media. Requires 2 AA alkaline batteries, not included. So let's open it up. And I'm going to call my eyeglasses protective because I'm just going to engrave my name. I don't think I have to worry too much. It says unscrew the bottom. Unscrew the bottom of the Easy Engraver. It moves, but it doesn't unscrew. There it goes. So you put the batteries in here and they point upwards. Well, let's see if I can do that. We'll see how this goes for me. So here's my AA batteries, I think. Boy, that doesn't seem they seem bigger than these. Seem pretty small. Let's get it out and see what's, and it says grams, big grams. I guess I'm gonna have to maybe open that on the wrong. Oh, maybe it goes like, no, that goes in like that. I'm having a heck of a time. These seem too small for this, but maybe it's just my imagination. They're Energizer, and they are AA, but they seem awfully small. We'll try it. This thing wants to pop up on me. I would think this would be better, but it doesn't fit in. Let's try it this way. It doesn't fit in that way. This is the way it came. Need 2 of them pointing upwards. I don't know what I'm doing. If worse comes to worse, I'll take it out and see if my brother, not tonight, but usually when I get into the messes, I'll take it. Can you figure this out, brother? Sometimes he does, and sometimes that just doesn't. See, they're going right down inside of that. Maybe it's supposed to go down inside of it. Now to get back on it. Oh, I feel it moving. It doesn't feel like it's all the way in there, though. I should have opened this up. See if I can close this back up. Get out my painter's tape. This goes this way and this way. My desk is not level. Little tab goes in there. And then there we go. All right. I think that's fairly clean. I'm going to try to write my name on it with a, should I use a white pen? This says, this is written, this it might be who actually did it. It's got CHIMMELBERG. Box 1 is 7. But I'm going to write, that's written on with ink. And I'll zoom in. And we'll see how this engraver works. Now it says to hold it like you would a pen. Let me zoom in. Yeah, I didn't think this was on good. I don't know how it fits on there. There we go. Now it's on there. You're supposed to hold this. That's on there as tight as I can get it, but it's still springing up. Supposed to hold it with your thumb. All right. And just hold it like a pen. Now, can you guys see I'm out of frame? I think I need to use downward motion on it. And a light touch. I'm going to bring this down a little more. I've never done this before, so it is what it is. I probably would have done better if I would have printed this instead of written it, because I got curves as a script. And I don't think you can press very hard on this. You want a really light touch. Yeah, my E is going to get lost. Oh well. You know, I could rewrite this. Let's take some alcohol. Let me get a towel here. Oh. My scraps are covering up my towels. There they are. Let me wipe off the white ink, maybe. Hopefully that'll wipe off and I can redo it so I have more space. But the engraving isn't going to wipe off. That's good. And since I used an alcohol base, it dries fast. All right, let's try this. And I'm going to write it big. Well, I think I'll write it in black. My M is small. That's okay. This is the first time I've used this, so it is what it is. Now let's see. You can't press down very hard on this. You need a very, very light touch. When you press down on it, it stops. Stop my eye. And the D, kind of lost it there. I think I'm gonna redo the rest of it. My I has gotten lost in here. My R. Well, did I get any on there? Let me dry that off. Maybe I should do a letter at a time. I've got Meri on there. I'm learning. I haven't read how to use an engraver. And this is probably a pretty cheap one. You can probably get more sophisticated ones. I only paid, what, $2, $3 for this? What did... Oh, I tore the price tag off. I think it was $3. Kind of a crazy D. Uh-oh, what's going on here? I can't get it to stay on there. That's what I don't like about it. Can't get to it. I need a height thing here, maybe my hand. It doesn't want to do some of that wood. On a curve. Well, there it is, Meridel. Meridel. I'm sorry I got out of frame, but whoops. I don't know if I want to do Abrams or not. I think it would work better if I was working on a flat piece. I'm working on a dimensional piece and I don't have any place to rest my hand. This is very artsy, very distressed artsy. I like to play with stuff though. And what, for $3? It's fun for $3. This one's bigger letters. My thumb is getting tired. Oh, dear me. He sounds angry. One more letter. The S. My thumb is getting tired. I'll have to read up more on engraving. This is the bottom of the box. You should probably be able to go at more of a steady pace. I don't feel like I'm going at a very steady pace. A sprint. Well, I don't know if I can do that or not. All right. right, I'm going to quit. I don't think I should leave my batteries in there. Oh, you guys can't see it. I got all out of frame. I'm so sorry. There we go. You couldn't see a darn thing I was doing. I'm going to take the batteries out. I'm not so sure about that spring in there. The batteries seem a little small for the piece. But we'll have to try it again and on something else. I'm not going to tonight. It fits on there better with no batteries in there. I probably have to figure out the battery situation. Wood, metal, plastics. I suppose I would probably want to wear more protection if I was doing plastic. Glass, leather. I've got some leather pieces. That might be fun to try to engrave on leather. Goldie says, hi and bye for now, Allie. I think it's wood, but I've been busy. Yeah, this is a little wood case. Let me zoom out. Hold on, you guys. Let me zoom out. I was zoomed in so you guys could see me, but then I got all out of frame. This is a little wood case that the alphabet set came in. These are little alphabets in here. I got this on Facebook Marketplace. And it's wood. It's not bad. Now I could probably burnish that with something in there, but I think I'll just leave it like that. I might try to get out some leather, and I'm curious to see how it would work on leather. Let's tape it closed. We might do it again on leather. Hi, Kim Chi, 9697. Welcome in. Kim Chi, are you new here? Welcome in, welcome in. Allie K says hi. Goldie said she'd be back in a little. Laura says, I love watching artists show the first time they do something. Seeing a person do something they have done many times is not as interesting. You mean you like to watch us try to figure things out? Well, I've been trying a lot of new things lately. I'm going to next carve on ivory soap, and that's new to me. I don't think I've ever done a soap carving before, and I'm doing a little rabbit. And tonight I thought I would design a ruby rose. I thought it would be fun to do ruby rose. So I'm kind of proud of this. It's not the best. I didn't sit and design out my letters, but you know, it's fun. Fun to play. So let's put this aside. And where's my rabbit? Let's kind of, this is what I used to wipe off that ink. Let's just kind of, and let's put these batteries. I'm not going to give these batteries to my brother. He'll use them right up. I bought them for me. I hate to say, I bought them for my little lights. Yeah. See if I can get this put back together. That was kind of a fun experiment. So now that I know, I'll bet you could even on a stiff cardboard. I'll bet you could engrave a stiff cardboard. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could, I bet you. All right, these batteries are gonna get put in my drawer and hid for my brother. He has clocks that he puts his batteries in, and he uses batteries like crazy. These are mine. He won't go hunting in this drawer because they're buried. In fact, I don't think can I get, oh, what I've done here. Hold on. There we go. Hiding them from the brother. Oh dear. All right. Oops. So my rabbit, what did I do with the rabbit? He's here someplace. Hold on. Here he is. Where's the pattern? Here's the pattern. And I'll keep this. I need to do me a new toolbox. Put all my tools in my toolbox. I brought in tape that I've been taping my boxes together with. All right. So I took the scrap carvings from the other night and put them in this jar. And when I get enough, I'll add water and let it soak and have some hand soap. Maybe I'll punch a hole in there somewhere and you can pour it out. I'll have to figure that out later. But I am going to put a wax paper down. Let's get the scissors off. I do have my my utility knife and I've been carving with this X-Acto knife, but they say you can carve, and then I have these little embossing tools. I've got another one here someplace. It's probably on the floor. But they say you can use paper clips and to get detail. I've got another one of these tools someplace around here. Oh, here it is. There we go. Let me get these put to the side though, because I want to put some wax paper down. And we're going to make it's almost 8 o'clock. We're going to make a Ruby Rose gnome design tonight too, but I'm going to work on my rabbit a little bit more. Let's see, I want my water bottle. It's always the last. It's always the last side that I try. Here's the wax paper. I see what's going on here. Where's the water bottle? Here it is. Let me open this one up. This is a new one. And they, for this Cut-Right Reynolds, they always put a wrapper on it. And they quit putting the tubes in there. And there's no tube in these. Isn't that weird that they would quit doing that? Did you guys see the newspaper? I don't know what I did with it. The Friday newspaper, our Friday edition, here it is. Our Friday edition newspaper was printed all backwards. Did you guys see that? Ha! The entire paper, it's printed. You have to read it in a mirror. I think they forgot to reverse their image before on their printing press, before they ran the printing press. The entire paper is backwards. And it must have been, it wasn't just a fluke, because it was quite the talk of the town. I can't read my newspaper. I have to stand in front of a mirror there to read my newspaper. But my brother went and got the mail yesterday, and he said they gave him a Friday paper, a Good Friday paper. Well, I blew my pattern off. No, yeah, I blew my pattern off. It's over the cliff, but I don't really need it now. I'll get it out after the stream. And putting this down helps you see a little better too. And it gives me a work surface. All right, here's my rabbit, and this is drawn on there. Now I think I need to, as I was looking at this one, let me zoom in so you guys can see. Zooming in, and I don't have my camera. I'm going to turn off this light for a minute. It shines in my eyes. Boy, that's how it was before I got this stand. I've got a ring light on this stand. And you look at the difference. But what I want to do is see where I'm zooming in at. Right there. But I want to work up here. And this stand, it's not where I want it. All right, we'll go right there. Does that look good to you guys? All right, now let me turn my light back on. There. All right. So what I was saying was, when I look at this little ceramic rabbit, he's very dimensional. His head, he's got puffy cheeks, but his head is almost almond shaped. And that's what I want to do to this guy. But this guy is resting on his paw. This guy is standing up. So to get this guy dimensional, I'm going to have to, I want him, well, he's going to have big cheeks. You almost have to have a sense of 3D. Now what's happened here, if I can feel it, I don't think you guys can see it, but this on this side is higher than this. And maybe if I put my, well, I need something flat. See, it's much higher. It needs to be shaved down a little. So I'm going to do that right now. Kind of make it the same. And I still haven't ruined my nose yet. And I'm just not sure how I'm going to get him. Maybe if I work on this side first. He needs to have puffy cheeks. And this is where a whittler, I admire whittlers, because you have to have a sense of 3D. I have to have a sense that I'm going to get a puffy cheek. Now let me just draw on this, because that's what this is, a drawing. Let me get my pen out. He has to have a puffy cheek, so he has to come like this, almost. And his puffy cheek would be, well, his puffy cheek would be down in there, but I can't draw down in there. So maybe a little bit more like that. And don't worry, because this will come off. And more down like, now see, I'm not going to get a puffy cheek there, and that might be too much. Maybe this way. I can always cut off, but I can't put back on. So I'm going to do this a little at a time. So his puffy cheek would be in here. Right in here is where his cheek would be puffy. And this would be carved in. Well, I'm going to go for it here. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but I'm going for it. Let's do this side. See, I want this out here. And how to get at it. That way. See, I'm trying to get his, this would be the outside of his puffy cheek, so this has to be carved. Like that. He's got the puffy cheek in there. Yeah, I think that's going to work. And then his head, his cheek really kind of comes over to here. Don't worry about the marks. I can get the marks off just with the alcohol. Yeah, I think he's beginning to look something like a rabbit. So his head has to kind of indent down, round down a little. Let's smooth this out a little more. Just a teeny bit more. And then his head would come down into here. And I am starting to get that feel like I have here where he's this way. It feels like almost like an almond. I'm starting to get there. Not quite, but I'm starting there. You know, and then his feet. Now I should probably draw the puffy cheek on the other side too. So if I can kind of put my fingers here and here, the puffy cheek. really kind of in there. Well, we can carve this down a little. I'm going to carve this down a little. So his puffy cheek, maybe in a little more. His pen is writing on soap. May not be the best thing to do. That's not a good paper to draw on. I need a paper. Let me grab a scratch paper here. Hopefully I can get one out. Got soap on here. I don't know if I can get that off or not. I guess if I scribble, you know. All right. So his puffy cheek is more, can't draw on it. My pen works, but it's not drawing on there. I don't know if a pencil will or not. It drew on here good, but it's not drawing on there. So I'm going to have to kind of guess. His puffy cheek would be down more. I wish I could draw on it. Let's try a different marker. That works. So his cheek is down there. You know how when the hairdresser takes your hair and here's your face here, and they'll go on both sides, and that's kind of what I'm doing to find out where his cheek is, because his cheek is there and it should be, no, this needs to be a little more even in here. Carve that out a little bit more. So I think his cheek is right down in there as I carve it. Now I put that cap up there and it floated away on me. Did it float off of the... Doggone it. I try to be so careful with things and then they just float away. Here it is. I get a little irritated sometimes. Let's see if I can put the eye and the ear on him. I lost my pattern, so and the eye comes up in here. It doesn't, yeah, it's about the same. It's hard to tell. Might need to be up just a little bit higher. And then the nose kind of comes in there. I have to carve a little of this out. Maybe that cheek comes out a little bit more here. And then he's got an ear. And he doesn't look right on this side. I need my pattern. I don't like it. Okay. Where'd my pattern go? How far away did he fall? I can't see him. I don't like it. Let's see if I can clean him off. Oh, I can. Yay. So I didn't like what I was doing there. I got a little... It's soap. So it'll soften it a little. But that's okay. Well, I think I need to just go this way a little more. Oh no! I'm losing him over here. Well, that might be a good thing. Set him down and got him all juicy here. Doing this dimensional is a challenge, let me tell you. This just isn't just, you know. All right. I'm going to come in just a little bit more here. And a little bit more on this side. He's got a bump. He's got a bump. Yeah. I think his cheek would come right in there. And his paw. Maybe if I do his paw, I can figure out where the cheek would go. That in there does not want to mark very good. See, and then that leg comes up. I got him all dirty. Once you get it wet, it's hard to So is his carve it a little more in here. See, this side was much lower than this side. Suppose I should just clean that off. It's bothering me. I'll get him. I'll get him. This is the work in progress here. I'm going to clean this off. I might have to let it dry a little after I clean it. All right. Now I'm going to let this body come down here. Scoop in. Scoop down. And scoop down. And I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. See, I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen to this in here, where his ears are. I think it would be carved out. Like this. If I can get it chunk out of there. And then he'd have another ear over here. No, I can't see. I'm having trouble on this side. I'm going to have to get my pattern. I'm going to go ahead and do this side. So this ear should really go over here. This should really, the ear here should be over there, I think. If you think about it, his head. I'm trying to visualize, because his head would be in there, and this would be one ear, and then the other ear would be over here, and his head would be in between. I was looking at this dimensionally. I mean, two-dimensionally. This ear shouldn't be here. It should be over here. It might be a weird rabbit as I figure him out. Yeah, it's beginning to look more like a rabbit to me. I have to be careful though. His head is in here. And then his head would kind of come down a little. And this ear, yeah. Yeah. This ear doesn't work here. Let's carve that off. Yeah. I'm going to clean those ears off a little, because that's only one ear, it's not two. When you look at it two-dimensional, you want to see, if it's two-dimensional, you would want to see that back ear. But three-dimensional, the back ear is really over on this side. So we don't need two ears here. We need one ear here and one ear there. Mary says, that's how my bunny's gonna be. He's not gonna have 4 ears. Let me clean those ears off a little. I might have to scrape them down a little to get most of it off, but it's beginning to make more sense to me. Except for now this one. This one I kind of... His ear is going to be a little more flat. We'll worry about it later. I'm going to scrape some of that off. And see his head. His head, and then his head has to come down. Yeah. This has to be smoothed out. He doesn't look good on this side yet. I'm liking this side. I think I'm getting there. But it's a process. Let's clean this out. Now, there has to be his shoulder comes in here. So there's a indent in here where his shoulder comes between his leg and his tummy there. And then this is his back leg in here, so there's an indent in there. And around in here. And you may not be able to, well, you're kind of seeing it. Maybe if I zoom in just a little bit more. You aren't seeing the indents in there. Boy, that light, I can't see what I'm doing with that light on when I'm trying to zoom. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Now let's turn the light back on. Yeah, keep him in the center here. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to make him dimensional in here. So I'm trying to show his tummy in here. And then his back and this still needs to be shaped. This in here needs to come out. Because his head will be right in there. And this ear needs to be shaped down. A little bit more. This side is not going to be as good because I didn't figure it out. But doing it once and figuring it out, I need a scoop. That's what I need. I need my scoop blade. Is it in here? I might have moved my carving tools to a different spot. I think I did. I'm not going to worry about that side now. I want to worry about this side. So it's coming down like this. We don't want to do it too much. And this puffy cheek is in here. It's kind of rough in there. Figure out why that's so rough. So working dimensionally is a challenge. If you've never done, even carving is different than sculpture. You have to understand dimension and 3D. And if you were doing a sculpture with clay, you would be layering it in there and building it up. What you're doing when you're carving, you're carving it out. You're carving it in. You can't, well, I suppose with a certain, if this were clay instead of soap, but wood or marble, can you imagine those artists way back in antiquity who carved marble? This is ivory soap. Can you imagine carving a marble stone? I just, they have my respect. They have my respect. This is just a little soap carving. And I'm trying to figure out how this rabbit would look. He's a little rough in here. I don't understand why. He's not as smooth as I would like him. Now, see, I went pretty deep in here, but I didn't, and look how flat it is on the back. And now I have to do the other side. The other side, I'm not even going to attempt it until I get my sketch out and can, it should probably be, it's not smooth. If I can just smooth it out a little too, that might help. It's not smooth. It's pretty rough. Feels a little better. And I don't like the ear at all because I was looking at it two-dimensional, and this was really the back ear. Now it's going to be part of the ear itself. His head needs to come in here a little. If I can get that done. Yeah. So this is part of the ear. It's hard to see. Go scrape on this a little more. Scrape on, get some of that off of there. Hard to get to where I want to go. I want to come right in here. It's hard to get in there with my knife. because this is part of the, really part of his neck, or his back of his neck. His head ends right in here. And this needs to be flattened out a little. It's pretty rough in there. It's hard to get in there. It looks good from this side, I think. I'm not sure about that bump there. That's part of that second ear that I saw two-dimensional. I kind of like that. Now his head needs to be a little more dimensional here. He's coming along. On this side he is. I'm pretty happy with him on this side. This side is a disaster. Let's see, I cut this bar of soap in half of it, or I cut a chunk off here. This bar of soap was much wider. He was a fat rabbit. He was a fat rabbit. And look how crooked his butt is. He's really sticking out here and not sticking out there. I need to cut this down a little. His tail might be in the wrong place, but that's okay. I'm just trying to smooth off the bottom side a little. He still stands up. Now, let's carve this a little bit more. And you can't see without the marking, but it curves in there. I'm getting some very fine shavings here. This here is going to bother me to no end because it's got a deep indent there. But that's just because I didn't know what I was doing. Here it'll come like that. I'm kind of liking that. I don't know if you can see the shape here, but I'm kind of liking what's going on here. I'm not happy with this, but I don't know if I can smooth it out anymore. I need a scoop in there. See his head. His head would probably end right about in there. Well, I like this side. I think he's got a little black tip on his ear here. I think this side's taking pretty good shape. Not perfect yet, but he's getting there. I'm afraid to touch that too much. His paws. His paws. I want to cut my finger. Carve out his paws there. The space in there kind of bothers me. I cut too much in there, I think. Almost 9 o'clock. Well, let's see, what did I do tonight? I did a calendar page. I sorted some more of that scrap, that sack of scrap. I did a calendar page. Did 2 calendar pages. And I used my engraver for the first time ever. I'll have to figure out the engraver. Maybe if I play with this one, I can get a more professional one. And play with engraving. Engrave some designs. That would be fun. I still have that hard steel strip stuff that I got when I thought I was going to make cookie cutters. If I could engrave some stuff on there, I'd have to make sure that the edge, I'd have to file the edges down a little. Kind of like that ear now. He's beginning to take shape. I'm beginning to see a rabbit, a dimensionality. He's probably not going to be perfect because I'm just doing this by what I think it should be, not by a realistic rabbit, but And having a shaky left hand doesn't help. He needs to be higher. It doesn't want to smooth out for me for some reason. It's part of his ear. It's too high. Just think about humans. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. How we are, you know, just carving this makes me think, you know, I want to get it kind of, I'm going to do Ruby Rose, but just, you know, our hands are about the same length. We each have 10 fingers, you know, 10 toes, and we kind of fit together. We're dimensional. Just trying to make a dimensional rabbit makes me appreciate our human body shape, if that makes any sense. This is not doing it for me here. I want it flatter. I got too much of a curve in there. Curve right there. That's a little better. And the top of the head, the ear off a little. And then he's got more of a forehead here. Yeah, I think I'm getting there. Get that mess in here out of there. It's distracting me. Yeah, it's a little too thin over there. Maybe I can make this a little thinner. I don't want to take too much off of it. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm starting to get him, I think. A little puffy there yet. I don't quite like that area. Is this soap or wax? It is ivory soap. Let me stop and I get into what I'm doing here. I get so into doing, I forget you guys are out there. Let me refresh my chat and say hello to everybody. I get all involved in what I'm doing. Hi, MRT54. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes. Now, I will say this has been exposed to the air for a while. The smell is not as strong. Got to get him centered here so you guys can see him. The smell is not as strong as when I first started carving him the other night. Look how much of a hump he has here. I've got to smooth that out a little. Welcome in, MRT. Yeah, it is ivory soap. Angie would be crying the whole time. Yeah. Oh, is this Marty? Hi, Marty. I called you MRT. Hi, Marty. Now I see it as Marty. Oh, I'm glad Angie isn't here. Allie says she'd be anxious. She hates it when Meri uses knives. Yeah. Well, I think he's turning out pretty good. I was kind of leery about this side, but I'm beginning to, now I don't have the markings on him, but I'm beginning to get the shape of his face. And this part won't be as hard to shape as the head and this part in here. And I need to take care of the bump on his back. I'm going to smooth this part down a little more. Let's see, what else is going on? Allie K, let's see. Marty says, Linda and Tim. Did Linda come in? Let me go up to the top here. Let's see. Jersey says, Joyce, I can't go up any further than this. Joyce, my child loves wearing stuff. My little mutt. Oh, is it your Chihuahua? My little mutt looks at you like you've humiliated her if you dress her. I don't know what CHI is. My child loves wearing stuff. My little mutt looks at you like you've humiliated her if you dress her. For sure, Steph, it was a busy week, Laura says, last week. I so enjoyed this time with you, Stephanie. Laura says, I feel like I'm at the AA meetings I went to for many years when she keeps saying AA batteries. Did you see me carve emboss my name on that wooden box, Laura? AA meetings. Let's see. Clover is going crazy. I had to mute it, Lori Agodi says. She's very silly. Laura says, I love watching artists show the first time they do something. Seeing a person do something they have done many times is not as interesting to me. Well, you know, it's the process of discovery and figuring things out. I don't know. I wanted to do, I'm going to do, I probably won't get it done tonight, but I want to do a little Ruby Rose gnome carving. And this is kind of really teaching me the dimensionality. I'm doing much better on this side because I had a drawing. But even look at the head here. Look, I got the ears, and the head is supposed to slope down here, but it's a little hard to get in there. I might have to narrow his ears a little more and get his head sloping down. And then maybe carve it down a little bit more and give him a little bit more of a back in there. But I'm not unhappy with the top down of him. And then we look at him this way, vertically. See, his head should come down. It comes down, but you don't see it as much. It slants down. But I need to work on this a little bit more. And then his back comes up this way. And his tail's kind of, I think I need to work on, I got this part, but I got this part in here, but it needs some carving right in there. It's a little flat here, but it's starting to curve in there. And then the other side, like I said, I wasn't even going to carve on him, but I think I am getting the face shape in here. And, then I'll get this back leg, and the legs won't be as hard to do. They kind of take their own shape here. Although I need to remove these black lines, but you can kind of see in here where it kind of curves in here, and the black lines kind of take away from that. And then I need to carve a little bit more in there. So a little bit more work in here to make it look like a tummy in there. This is pretty flat right in here. So if I carve right here and kind of round out his tummy area. You are Marty! Hi, Mary, I'm Marty. Thank you. I just figured that out. Let's go back up. I lost my place. Let's go back way up to the top. We talked to Joyce, Laura, Clover. I love watching artists do something for the first time. Cody says she's agrees. She'll be back in a while. Allie K says, hi, everybody. Is Mary carving wood? Nope, I'm carving soap. I'm still working on my bunny rabbit carving. Goldie says, hi and bye for now, Allie. I think it's wood, but I haven't been busy. Oh, I was engraving on wood, but I'm carving this ivory. Kimchi says, hi, Mary. Allie K says, what brand is that engraver to? Yeah, you're talking about the engraver. The engraving tool was an EZ engraver. I think it's a fairly cheap one. I don't know what I did with it. It's E-Z. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it down here because I said I needed a toolbox. If you're listening, Allie K, EZ engraver. And it was out of the box. I mean, it was not, it was new. I took it out of the box. It was not open before tonight. Now, the only thing I have reservations about is this cap that's on this tube, and you have to snap it down there pretty good to get it to stay. It's got a spring in there, and it takes AA batteries, takes 2 AA batteries. But the cap, the blue part up here is the cap, and you can't see, but it snaps onto this white tube. And I got my tape there kind of covering up where it snaps. And it just kind of fits on. It just kind of goes on like that. And I don't think it has a good grip. If you were going to buy one, I don't know how much these are. I got this from Rebecca Wells, I think, for $3. I would imagine it'd run about $15, maybe $10 to $15. Let's look it up if you haven't already. I'll keep going down the chat here. Let's get my bunny out here so you can have something to look at. Hi, Mary and everyone. Hi, Linda, if you're still out there. Kim says, I've seen your lives a couple times. I love them. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, a ruby rose sounds, yeah. Now, I think I'll probably do better on ruby rose because I have a feel for how this carves. And I'm working on getting dimension. So I think my ruby rose will probably be, I'm hoping it will be a better carving. Although I'm not unhappy with this. And I'm even getting it somewhat on the back. Not yet, but the head is taking shape here. I like the shape of the body. So he's coming along. Allie says, hi, Kim. Kim says, hi, Mary. Or hi, Allie K. Hi, Linda and Tim. Linda says, hi, hi, hi. Oh, there's Jacqueline. Jacqueline probably went to bed. I'm late to the game on chat. Jacqueline sells at Lovely's Crafting Lodge, the same as her ID there, on Fridays at 4 p.m. Now, sometimes that varies, but, you know, it kind of depends on her schedule and everything. So, I just bought some things, and I've actually got a combined order coming. Jacqueline had a very busy last couple weeks. She's trying to get back in the groove. She does a lot of dyeing, dyes fabrics, she dyes papers. She does a wonderful job. Hi, lovely. Wow, how funny. Allie K says it would be fun to try 3D carving. Well, I thought this was a 3D. You were on the right track, Mary. Thank you. Is the soap clogging your pen? I think the soap does affect the pen, but you can, if you scribble at it, you work that soap off of it. See, here's where I scribbled, and you can see here is where I started. It's very light, and as I scribbled, it comes back. Your pen comes back. You just have to clean it off. But yeah, I think the soap does clog the felt pens. Blanket hellos, Lala says. Hi, Lala. Lala peeks in. She reminds everybody to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the algorithm. Lala said she lost track of time. I do that all the time, Lala. That is perfectly okay. Oh, there's Stacy May. I hope that you guys hear me. I usually don't see everybody until I come out and chat. Hi, Stacy May, Catitude Crafters. Cut between the ears? Yeah, I'm cutting between the ears. I'm cutting between the ears, and I'm trying to get the slant on the head. And I'm having a hard time getting in there, but we'll work at it. Linda says, can you trace your pattern, then transfer to the other side? My pattern fell over the cliff, and after the stream, I will grab it and work on the other side maybe another time. It's not bad on the other side. I'm going to get it. It's just better on this side. Allie K says, I wonder if one of your scoop, yeah, I think that the scoop will work in there, and so I'll have to dig it out. That's a good idea. Hi, DeLobo. Welcome in, welcome in. If I missed saying hello to you earlier, here's your hello now. Yes, it's a soap carving, ivory soap. And I will say, Friday night I started this, and when I opened it up, that smell, oh my goodness, it's like walking down the soap aisle in the grocery store. If you're sensitive to the smell, you might want some ventilation. Now, it's not bothering me tonight, but it's been sitting out for a while. So you might even take your soap out of the package maybe the day before and just let it sit out and let it air out a little. It's been wrapped up in that package, and that smell is almost overpowering if you're sensitive to it. I'm really not sensitive to those things, but it was starting to bother me the other night. Lala said she's going up to the balcony. Please remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Oh, there's Patty. Hi, Patty. Welcome in, Patty. If you're out there yet. She says, hey, everybody, I'm late to the party. I've been watching my grandkids. My son is a lineman. Oh. He has got a job this weekend, doesn't he? I don't envy those linemen. All that ice and cold. Oh, my goodness, they do a service. Tell your son we appreciate him. Even if he's in another state, I appreciate those guys who go out and work in that cold, cold weather. There's Marty. Marty says, I'm even later. Linda says, guest. Linda and Tim, I'm afraid my fingers would be as carved as that bunny, Marty says. I am being careful. I don't want to cut myself. I jabbed my finger with scissors the other night, and it kind of put a little skin tag on. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt, but it put a little skin. It broke the skin, and the skin had a little flap on it, and it kept bothering me, but it doesn't bother me tonight. It's okay now. But that's the worst injury I have so far. I put a Band-Aid on it, and that kind of wore it down, and it's okay now. And here's where we said we're glad Angie isn't here. It smells good. It does smell good. Mary, I'm Marty. I finally figured that one out. I called her M. Artie. Allie K says she's listening. Mary, if you get your hands slightly moist, can you smooth down some of the pieces? Yes, you can. You can smooth down some of these pieces. And in fact, one of the articles that I was reading, I just kind of read it, but you can take a wet towel and, it's soap. Just like soap with use will wear down. Maybe on these ears I might do that because they're kind of chunky. You can kind of see these need smooth down. What you are doing is 3D, but I want to try carving something. Well, you go for it, Allie K. Try it. Do your ladybug. There's the easy engraver. Let's go to that link. See if I can't. Hold on. I have to do my redirect. Go. Now I have to make sure I'm in frame here. Where am I at? Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to move my phone where you guys can, because I'm way zoomed in. All right. Maybe a little this way now. Hold on, just let me get it centered here. I on my red dot? Okay, now let me go to the link. I have it here. Oh, I had it. Go to chat. Oh, I have to do the redirect. Hold on. There we go. Now, I can't see what you guys are seeing because I'm using the phone that I watch chat with. But hopefully you're seeing this engraver. Easy engraver, glass, metal, plastic. Add to cart. Let's see, how much are they charging for it? Rating summary. How much are they charging for it? Oh, that's a scene on TV. $9, $10. They got it on sale. This is as seen on TV. This is not Amazon. The site is, well, let me see. What country? Let me see. Where am I at? Where am I at? www.ass something other. Come on. I can't see what is their homepage. Sign in. Is this as seen on TV? Is that the site? I think that's the site. It's, I can't read my, on here, I can't read the, as seen on TV is the site.com. All right, I'm going to go back to chat. Hold on here. So, between $10 and $20, I paid $3 for mine. But let's go to Amazon. I'll try to keep my phone in the same spot here. And let's put in engravers. Engravers for wood, engravers pen, engraver for metal, engraver for wax, engravers for enamel. Let's just go to engravers. Laser engravers. An engraving pen, that's $20. Here's one, a wireless engraving pen kit for $20. Customized engraving pen. Now this one would be probably a professional one. They want $70. But if you're serious about it, you know, you might want to invest in the better stuff. Here's another one for $49, limited time. It was $59. Here's one for $33. Here's another one, Wand Mini, laser, what's a laser engraver, $99. I probably would not invest that much. I would probably go for a $30 to $50 one. But you know what? I'm happy playing with that other one. Let's go back to my chat. Is that my chat? Yeah. I'll get back on my live. There we go. All right, now I'll put my bunny there and read chat. Let me go to all messages. Okay. You couldn't find, I didn't see it on Amazon either. As seen on TV, Del Lobo says she's in British Columbia, Canada. You're yawning and it's only 7:30. Well, if you need to take a nap, I understand. Oh, there's Cindy Daly. Hi, Cindy. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Welcome in. You have been drawing and coloring, but you've been watching, Cindy says. I have the same engraving tool, and I tried to engrave on a pop can. How did that work? How did that work? Did you engrave on the inside of a pop can? I'm finding you need a very light touch on that wood. You need a very, very light touch, or when I had a heavier touch, it would stop the blade. So that tells me that it doesn't have a whole lot of power. Those more expensive ones probably have a lot more power behind them. But I was able to, let's get my, it's over here. I was able, now please forgive it, it's just kind of freehand here. But there I engraved my name. and it's not the best. It's not the best, but this is the very first I've done. And it engraved it. I'm not unhappy with it for a first try. I might get some softer wood, maybe the basswood. You can probably get some softer wood even at like at Hobby Lobby or Walmart or some play with that, and then you could stain it. It's good to see you, Cindy. Thanks for popping in. Deloba said she went for a walk and she got tired. You love the carving. Thank you, Del. All right. Yeah, Eastern time is 10:30. It's 9:30 here. Oh, that's okay, Del. You just pop in. You pop in whenever you want to say something, pop in and say it. All right, I think I caught up with chat for a while. Let me see. I don't think it'll do me much good to start anything new. Let me just play with the soap a little bit more here. Maybe I'll get, like I said, I need to maybe round out his belly a little in here. Now I am carving much finer. See, it's much finer than what I was doing the other night. So this will probably soak up the water pretty good. Now let's see. I want the back to kind of float into that. And I think I said looking in the mirror, this is too much of a hump here. So let's carve this down a little. Sometimes it helps. Sometimes it helps to look at it in your camera, and you see things that you don't see in real life. I'm going to carve it down just a little bit more. And whoever asked if I could smooth down I think that was Marty. Yeah, you can smooth this down with water. See, I think I want a little bit more of a curve here. I don't know how this part, I think the back leg kind of evens out with the back here eventually. I'm not real sure. And then this has to be a little more curvy in there. Yeah. Hold on, I don't like this. Yeah, we're going to do Ruby Rose. We're going to do Ruby Rose. Not tonight, but maybe I'll design her Tuesday. No, I probably not. I don't know when. Maybe I'll design her offline. She may not get designed till next Friday night. Let's see if I can thin out these ears a little more. Let's get out that scoop blade. I have to get over here to my box. Hopefully it's in here. No, I don't see the scoop blade. I see the tiny, I don't know if that's, this is really more for defining than carving. I don't know what I did with my scoop blade. I better find, I think it might be off in the box. I took some things off my desk. I better get it out before I carve another stamp. I didn't put it in the bowl over here. I don't see it over there. I cleaned all this stuff off the other night. I don't see it here. I don't know. I move stuff around from here to there to here to there, and I lose track. Shame on me. Well, let's just thin these out a little more. I think those ears are that thick. And they are kind of rough in there. Boy, that's really thin stuff. But what you're doing now is more scraping than carving. So on here I have a definite shape of the head. I don't have that over here. I need that shape the head. Get a definite shape in the head here. Yeah, I've got a black spot there that's distracting me. Let's see, it goes up and kind of for the eye, kind of up and around. No, it's getting there. I think this part is flatter on his ears. It's probably flatter here too. Can't shake this a little bit more. He's got the big cheeky in there. He's got a cheeky in here. They're about the same. Where's this one? This one ends here and ends here. So they're about in the same ending spot. You kind of have to feel for the dimension. I think his ears are too they're not laying flat enough when you look at them this way. You look at them this way, but you don't see the, you see it here, they look okay this way. But you look over this way and they kind of look like two bumps on his head. And I want to flatten that out a little more. And he's got more of a head shape in there than... without destroying it. I don't want to flatten it too much and then not have what I want. You can always carve away, but you can't put back. I have the head shape in there. Now his leg comes up on this side. It kind of comes up over. Really, it should come up like this, his tummy, because this would kind of be his shoulder in here. And his tummy gets rounded out in here. Kind of comes down. It's hard for me to get to. His paw here has got too much soap over there. This needs to be carved down a little. Put it this way. It's getting there. I think I'm achieving the dimension on the head that I wanted, because I kept going on this one. He's smaller than this guy, and he's standing up. This guy is sitting down. I see this needs to be taken care of here. He's got a forehead there. Got a frown on his forehead there. Sometimes the way the light hits it, you don't see all the nooks and crannies. There's a line right in there that needs smoothed out. Looks like he's frowning. See his cheeks, the more I carve and round this out, the more his cheeks will become puffy. where his ear is here. And this is rough because of the way I cut it originally. Because this was not the edge of the soap. I chopped off some of the soap here, and it's pretty rough in there where let's see, his shoulder would come up this way, and his tummy would come in here. Well, he's got that back leg. Back leg comes here. See, there's very rough in there. He's coming along. He's coming along. His shoulder comes here. His tummy comes in there. His back leg would come. Well, let's see. The leg goes to here. And would curve around this way. And come up like this. All right? Yeah. And, kind of even that off. It's higher here than it is there because I've carved on this side, so I need to bring this down a little. Tail's really chunky tail. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. What time is it? 9:52. I think I'm going to, let me see if I can't get some of this dark off of his ear. Just kind of lightly scrape it off. I think I'm going to call it a night. This is my soap from tonight. Much finer. More of scrapings than carvings. Let me put it in the jar. And I'll throw my wax paper away. And when I do more carvings, when it gets probably up to this point here, I'll add water to it and just let it sit and dissolve. And we'll have some hand soap. Carving this, let me zoom out a little now. Here's my rabbit. I want to look at my rabbit one more time. He's not too bad. I think his back is still a little high up in here. And I'll work on bringing that down a little. He's not too bad, is he? And then here he is on this side. He's beginning to take shape. He's beginning to take shape. He's not quite there, but he's not as bad as he was. I straighten out his head a little in here. This tummy and his back leg. And this needs to come down a little more. So there he is. Let me zoom out. Oh, I can't see. That light shines right in my camera. Let me zoom out. Is that too much? See, he is little. He looks much bigger when you're zoomed in on him. He's probably, what, 3 inches, 3.5? Almost 4 inches from tail to paw. He's 4 inches long and maybe 1.5 inches tall and 1 inch wide. Let me turn my light back on. I like the light, but when it shines right in my camera when I'm standing up. This is the soap that I'm using, Ivory soap, gentle enough for the whole family. See what it says here. 4 bars, gentle enough for the whole family. Ivory is a pure and gentle product, have been treated by families for over 104 years, have been trusted by families for over 140 years. Our gentle soap is made with plant-based cleaners and free of parabens, P-A-R-A-B-E-N-S, phthalates, P-H-T-H-A-L-A-T-E-S, and heavy perfumes. Heavy perfumes? Whew, I don't know about that one. And then it's whole family care for kids 3 years and above. And then it's written in French down below. It must be made in France. Original scent. Perfume original. What does it say over here? It's got all the ingredients. I can't read them all. Palm kernel glycerin. I can feel the glycerin in it. Makes it soft. Sodium chloride. Fragrance perfume. Tetrasodium EDTA. Tetrasodium ETIDRONATE. Titanium dioxide. Made in Colombia. It's made in Colombia, but it's written in French. This is French, writing over here. Les families font, well, I don't know. I don't know Colombian. It looks French, though. What does it say here? Questions, call 1-800-395-9960. 2024 Procter & Gamble patent. www.pg.com patents. 4 bars. Now I'm going to do a ruby rose, but I'm going to open this up. This is Sunday night. I'm going to let this sit out in the air. Because see, this is pretty well, this is not paper, this is plastic. And boy, you get to carving this, and boy, the scent is overpowering, I have to tell you. Well, maybe this is paper. It's a wax paper then, because it doesn't feel like paper. It is paper. It doesn't feel like the paper I'm used to. But can't you see a ruby rose fitting? It might be a little tall for ruby rose. I have to shorten it off a little. But I can see a ruby rose character in here. Her little feet, the skirt. But see now, well, yeah, I cut maybe 1/4 of an inch off here. And well, I cut crooked too. I think I cut about 1/4 of an inch off of him. I know I cut him down. But it's not that wide. But I don't think Ruby Rose is, well, to make her tall, her dress would have to be more of a slender A-line to make her, and then get her hat up there might, you know, I'll draw it out on paper. That's what I did with the bunny. But I'm just going to let this sit out and let that, some of that scent, because I can smell it now. I'll let some of that scent dissipate, and then when I work on it, maybe it won't be so strong. All right, let me throw this away and come out and say goodnight. Let's refresh my chat. Whoops, I got that. I give myself a like. I want the chat. I want the chat filter and all messages. Allie K says, I feel like Ruby Rose will be easier. Well, I'll know more about carving. I'll have the experience of carving the bunny and getting the dimensionality. I think Ruby Rose will be easier too. And she'll have that wide skirt. She'll have the wide skirt and the little boots down here. Yeah. And the face will be right in here, and she'll have a tall hat. You are doing great with that bunny. Thank you, Allie K. Your bunny is looking good. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Kim says, I'm going to try soap carving. It looks peaceful. Now, the other thing I want to do with the bar of soap is carve a stamp and see how it stamps with ink and paint. I think it would probably do paint better than ink. It might be absorbent. Like, you know, I can't just, well, I can kind of rub on this, but it might be too absorbent for ink. I think paint, if you wanted to stamp with paint, you probably could if you carved out something in there. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it, but not tonight. Carve maybe a word like Mary, or carve, what else could I carve? I could carve a heart or a couple hearts, but I'm not much into the Valentine stuff. I would rather do Ruby Rose. But what could I carve? Or you could carve almost anything. And if you got tired of carving on this side, you could turn it over and carve on that side. Or you could cut the bar down in half because it's pretty thick. It's got a seam in there. It's got a seam right here. You could cut right down in half and have 4 instead of, or you could cut it in half this way. And then cut it in half that way, cut it in half that way, and cut it in half that way, and you'd have 4 stamps. Oh dear. Okay, got it. And no worries for Meridel. Meridel. Cindy says, not very deep. It was on the inside of the can. Oh, it was on the inside. Yeah, the engraving does not go very deep on this one either. Um, but if you engrave, I think you probably would have to have a stronger tool to engrave deep. I know when I tried to go deeper on that wood, it would stop spinning. My engraver did let me make a small word. Well, that's good, Cindy. Oh, aw. uh, you're okay. I do that too, Cindy. All right, I think I'm caught up with chat, and it's 10:03. I don't know if Juju's on or not. Let's see if I see her on here. Taming the Chaos. I need help. The Messy Palette. Steve Ram. vidIQ. Capital One's wanting me to buy a credit card. I'm not going to do it. And it's going to be 30 degrees tomorrow. Yay! It got up to 14 today, and then it said it's going to be 10 degrees warmer tomorrow than it was today. And the Supreme Court did something. I didn't see Juju a notification, but if she doesn't come on, somebody will pop on, probably Ginger Cat Pam. So you all take care. Some of you are still in the storm area, still getting ice. I think Becky said that they were getting ice. So don't go out on those roads unless you have to. Stay in, pop some popcorn, make some cookies, drink some hot chocolate. I've been enjoying my coffee grinder. Boy, let me tell you, it makes good coffee. Fresh beans. All right, I'm going to let you go. Have a great week. I will see. Tomorrow's Monday. Let's do the spiel. Tomorrow's Monday. If Becky comes on tomorrow, she'll come on between 6:30, 6:45 Eastern, around in that time, at Beck's Creations. And Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Then after she's done, Janet Young comes on, I think around 1 Eastern, 12 Central. Barb Owen streams in the afternoon, and then I think Dana Yates comes on in the evening, around 5 or so Eastern, 5 or 6 Eastern. And I've lost track on Monday nights. I don't know who comes on Monday nights. I want to get back into my membership streams. I might spend some time tomorrow doing a couple of member videos, but they'll be unlisted because everybody else is streaming. So kind of watch for that. If I don't get them done tomorrow, I'll get them done maybe sometime this week. I want to get back into some membership live streams. So that's it. I will be back on Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Have a great start of the week. Go do some art. Let me get out of everything here. Bye, everybody.